It's a chemical process. Okay, that's what I thought, but I wasn't sure.
Sorry, it took me a second to get on. I was stuck in traffic, so.
Okay. Well, we've got 3 of us. I thought Tom, I don't know. Did you think he was Richard joining us?
He gave me the impression because he thought it was Thursday, so I said, no, it's Wednesday night. And he goes, oh, okay. And that's all he said.
Should I text him and see if he's joining us?
Might as well.
And I know we sent out the notice last week, and I think Stephanie resent it here a few minutes ago.
Well, are any of these Tom by any chance? No. Well, do we want to get started? We do have a quorum. We have 3 of us.
I'm here.
Oh, is that Tom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to call to order the meeting of the River Plantation MUD emergency meeting on May 26th at 6:32 p.m. The reason for the meeting is we had some emergency repairs come up that we need to talk about, and second item on the agenda is how we're going to pay for them and where we sit financial wise. So I'm going to let Taylor or Richard or whichever one wants to jump in to talk about the issues, and then we'll go from there.
I will defer to Richard since he's had boots on the ground.
Okay. All right, Richard, you want to tell us what's going on?
Sure. Okay. On Thursday, I had a call from a customer that her commodes were backing up, so it's a normal thing for us to go check out everything in the system. And we found our main line was backed up. So we got our jet machine out, and we did a couple of other things to try to clear the line, but the line would not clear. So we had to do what's called a bypass, where we pump the water from one manhole to the next to relieve the system pressure so that residents could be okay. Next day we had MagnaFlow out there. They ran a camera up there, and we found out that the line had collapsed 68 feet in from the manhole. It's an 8-inch truss pipe. And so we made arrangements, immediately started making arrangements to get bids to get it repaired. That project, that's the Roanoke project. That one is still ongoing right now. They started today, and I got the boxes set in place, and so tomorrow they're going to be hopefully going down and repairing that line. Saturday night, I got another call from another customer that sewage was coming up into their house. They're remodeling the house. Unfortunately, they had the commodes off because they were doing the floors. So they had a 4-inch hole in the floor, and came out at 10 o'clock at night and found that line, another 8-inch line, was clogged. So we got the jet machine out. We couldn't clear it with that, and we discovered that one had a major blockage in it. We looked down inside the pipe and found it was full of roots. So we had to get that one doing what's called a point repair. We actually physically had to go down 8 feet, dig out the line, cut the bad section out, and replace it with a new section, and got that line fixed. Yes. Let's see. I'm losing track of night. Last night, I got a call at 9 o'clock at night that water was coming up out of the ground in 530 Miramont. And I was told that they didn't notice till after the trash truck went by. Well, apparently he went off the road there, and the ground was soft, so everything shifted and moved. But after investigating today, we had to tear out the lady's entrance to her driveway. It was a 2-inch water line that had cracked, and it was the saddle cap that blew off. It's the part that goes to the house, feeds the house meters. So we repaired that, and we got that one back under control. So the two of the major problems were repaired yesterday and today. The Roanoke is the only project that's still ongoing. The 591 RP Drive one, once we took the root out and replaced the section of pipe, we televised the rest of it, and it's in great shape. There's no problems with it whatsoever, so we are not going to need to CIPP that section. It looks really good. And of course, the water line's all repaired now, and I'll have to wait for some drier times to replace the front part of her driveway. But we've got all that under control. The Roanoke project, like I said, is ongoing, and tomorrow we'll hopefully get down deep enough, trying to keep all the sand and the water and stuff out of the way so we can go down there and do a point repair on that one. And once we get that fixed, then we'll televise that line and determine if we're going to need to CIPP that one or not.
Okay, so that quote, I'm just going to ask a question. So that quote you said, or that figure you sent me for the CIPP,
Yes.
how much of that pipe is that? How much is that going to cover?
That's all of it, from one manhole
That's
to
the
the
whole
other.
street?
300.
Oh, from one manhole to the other. Okay.
Right. 300.
Okay.
That's the first section from manhole 1 to manhole 2. That's 360 linear feet.
Okay. Okay. First, can I make a comment? And then I want to ask Taylor a question, but hey, Richard, I think and just so the rest of the board knows, the second one that had the tree was at 591 River Plantation Drive. I don't think everybody else knew that, Richard, unless you had sent something out. So the only reason I knew it was because I saw it on Nextdoor, or on Facebook, whichever. So Richard, can I ask that when we have problems like this, that you notify the board members, even if you consider them little, like the Mirror Mountain thing, in case we get questions or whatever?
Sure.
And
I'd probably wait till the next morning, not at 10 o'clock at night, but I can wait till the next morning and tell you.
That's fine, but it's now been since Saturday, and some of these guys didn't know about it. So the one on RP Drive. So, and second of all, were you working with Taylor on all of these? Because
yeah, I've been including.
The reason we hire Taylor and the attorneys, the engineers and the attorneys, are to protect us liability wise. Okay. Mm-hmm. So if we don't include them in everything, we have no protection. Okay. So we need to include the engineers on all those projects like that. Okay. So that's all I'm going to say. So.
Hey, Richard, this is Gerard. I've got a quick question for you. What were the costs for the repairs on RP Drive that we've had so far and on Miramont so far?
The Miramont one, they just completed it today, so I won't get the final price on that one until probably tomorrow or the next day. But it probably won't be no more than maybe $1,500. It's only a small 2-inch line. The 591 RP Drive was $7,300.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Did you get that? You got that bill this afternoon?
Yeah, he called it into me. He's sending me the paperwork on it tomorrow.
Okay, because when I talked to you this morning, you had told me 8,000 to 9,000. So, okay.
Right. Yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong, Taylor, but I did inform Taylor of both of the sewer problems, the sewer line problems. He didn't know about the water line problem because that was like last night. So.
Yeah, I knew about both the sewer problems. Maybe you did tell me, maybe I missed it, but I wasn't aware that we were going forward with repairing it. which it needed to be
Which is the
done,
right choice.
which is the right choice, so I don't want to say anything like that. We agree with everything that Richard has done. Just want to make sure that we're tracking all these repairs for future work to be done in the district. It makes it where it's easier to see the problem areas.
Yeah, we just want to keep track of it. And obviously a collapsed sanitary sewer line is an emergency and he's acting fast to get those fixed.
Right.
Sure. And just so you all know, because I don't know, if you don't live in RP, you probably don't know, but Roanoke and 591 RP Drive are like the next street over. So it's like you're at the corner of Roanoke and RP Drive, and 591 RP Drive's at the next corner, which is like 2 houses away.
We had
So-
looked it up on Google Earth trying to see where they
Okay.
were located, so
Yeah.
we could kind of put a pinpoint in saying, okay, we've done point repairs here and here for future
Right.
for
Okay.
future projects.
I will say, just as a side note, that, obviously you're starting to see a lot of these repairs and they're close. And, this was one of the reasons that in the CIP and in the bond authorization, we wanted to televise a large segment, probably 75% of the district, just to see what kind of condition these lines are in. I think it's becoming obvious that they're at a point where they need to be looked at, and maybe some of these things could be corrected proactively instead of reactively.
So Jeff, that brings up a good point, because I was actually going to ask Taylor this question, but I'll ask you this question. So since Roanoke, we're having to do this point repair, is it without televising it and seeing what the rest of it is like, and knowing, just because you guys probably don't know, but that's in our heavy flood area.
Mhm.
Okay. Would you recommend CIPP in the whole street while they're there, or would you just do that point,
No,
section?
I would never recommend CIPPing it until you've had a chance to televise it and look at it.
Okay.
You could have two continuous segments, you just say manhole 1, 2, and 3. 1 and 2 could be terrible and cracked up. Between 2 and 3 could be fine. There's no point in wasting your money until you've looked at it and you know exactly what needs to be lined.
Okay. Richard, when do they expect to be able to televise that's Roanoke?
As soon as they finish the point repair, the first section of the point repair. That one's
Okay.
going to be done in 2 sections because of the depth and the water that we're dealing with. We're doing the 1 point repair at the 69-foot level, and once we get that completed, the other ones are just 2 cracks and slight misalignments, so they're not as bad, but we can run the cameras through them. Once we get that point repair done, then we'll camera from one manhole clear to the other one, and then we'll verify if we need CIPP in or not.
Okay. Then while they're in there, Jeff, would you recommend they do the rest of the street, or no, we just get MagnaFlow out at their day rate and do them all?
If they're doing it at a day rate and they can get the whole thing done in a day, I'd recommend spending your money wisely to do as much line as possible in a continuous run, because the more information we have, the better. If they're doing it at a linear foot rate, make sure you take care of the area that's the issue. And if you guys, don't want to spend the extra money, then you don't do it.
Okay.
So I don't know, Richard, are they billing you at the day rate, or are they doing it by linear foot?
And did they give you a minimum linear footage that they need to justify a trip out?
I'm getting that answer tomorrow morning. I talked to Glenn already today, and he's giving me a day rate I told him I want a day rate no matter what we do. And then the other thing is I want a linear rate. For this emergency here, I just had him come out and get the sand out of the system and televise that line so I can see what the heck is going on in there.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the right thing to do to address the situation at hand. But if they're gonna have to come back out to televise it, and they're gonna charge you a day rate.
Pick up a few more sections and we get a chance to see what it looks like in the area.
If they can do 1,000 linear feet in a day, let's do 1,000 linear foot. Let's make them work for the money.
Especially since you're having so many repairs that are that close together.
Yeah, I agree. If they'll give me a good day rate, I'll shoot from RP Drive all the way to the end of Roanoke, and then we can decide if we have to, what sections we need CIPP in or not.
How long, because I don't know anything about this, how long does it take for them to shoot a street? Let's say it's how long would you say Roanoke is, Richard?
It looks like it came out to be about 730 feet.
The whole street?
So it's not very big, not very long.
Okay, so if they're gonna, how many feet can they shoot a day doing that?
Oh, they
So
can do
if
that.
we,
They can do that easily.
yeah, but what I'm saying is, could they do Roanoke all the way down around Brandon and back up all those streets in that area that are always underwater every time it rains real bad? Could they do that whole section in a day?
I don't know
I
if they
mean,
can do
you're
that
only
whole
talking
section
about
today. That's a lot.
Brandon, Roanoke, Raleigh.
Now, the two Roanoke's they could do, and the other part of RP they could do, but Brandon, that's a long way. It wraps around and goes all the way around the backside and comes back the other way. It might take
Right.
more than a day to do that.
Okay. Well, that's what I was wondering. I don't have any idea how long it takes them to do it. So,
Julie, a lot of it depends on, how short of runs they are. A lot of the time gets eaten up, getting the manhole ready, cleaning out what they need to, vectoring it out, and then, dropping the camera in. And it's kind of tricky to get the camera down and turn and into the line. So, if you had some long runs, they could probably get more done than if they had a bunch of short ones. So there's no real answer to say X number of feet in a day because it's all site specific.
got it. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. That makes sense. So, okay. So I guess our next question is, and does any other board members have any questions? I feel like I'm monopolizing the meeting.
I would like to go back and get everyone to announce themselves at some point.
Sorry, Davis.
If that hasn't been done on the record. Yeah. I know I have Julie, Tom, Gerard, and Tim. I know we have a 4 board members and that Mark is absent. And obviously I can see the engineers and I can see Paul and I'm on. Could I get the other members of the public who are on the call? Obviously Richard's on.
This is Dee Judge.
Hi, Dee.
Hi.
Angela Smith.
I'm sorry, Angela, what was your last name?
Smith.
Missed. Okay. Thank you.
Suzanne Courier.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Jamie Beck.
Mike and
Thank you, Jamie. Did you say Mike and
Sue Lee?
Perfect. Thanks, Mike. Is that everybody? Okay. Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay. So, I guess you kind of answered my questions. That area, because it does sit underwater so much because of the flooding, I'm assuming the ground fluctuates. So that's probably going to be an area that we're going to have more problems in, more than likely.
Honestly, it would really depend on how it was backfilled. Obviously, that pipe was put in the 60s, and so if they put the proper cement stabilized sand and stuff, that will negate a lot of the shifting. But if there's a heavy flow of fluctuation, you get more of a ground shift when you have a drought, not necessarily the constant swelling, because the soils stay moist that deep. So as long as there's water contact, you're not going to get a bunch. But if you guys were to go through a big drought, is when we normally see a lot of shifting.
And a lot of it, like Taylor said, does go back to the original construction, how it was done. Was it properly done, or were they cutting corners?
Okay. Any other board members have any questions?
This is Tim. I've got a question about the bid that came in. Did we send out a specification sheet stating exactly what needed to be repaired and replaced? One of the reasons I'm asking is one of the bidders did not bid 68 feet of sewage line. They bid 80 feet. And I'm just wondering if that had an impact on their bid price versus the others, and did we send out a spec sheet?
No, but I met with that contractor and I discussed the things that I was looking for and how I wanted it done. And I specifically told him it was 68 feet. And we had it marked on the
Okay.
ground.
Okay,
Those pipe sections do come in 20-foot sections though.
Right.
So he's probably just covering his bases that,
He was going to have to buy 80 feet of pipe, even
Right.
if he only replaced 68.
yeah. So
Exactly.
understood now. I didn't know that.
probably just
Okay,
gonna replace 80 feet because there's no reason to cut extra pipe. If he can do, he's already got the hole open, he'll probably do it all.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
understood.
Okay. While I'm looking at these bids too, now that you bring it up, we need to talk about Macon Park too, Taylor. What did we find when we looked at Macon Park?
On the 2-inch water line?
No, Macon Park that was the 36-inch storm drain in the
Oh.
backyard, wasn't it?
Yeah. I'm sorry. You're right. That's the other one.
So this is the line, if you guys remember from the district meeting last week that I put together the storm report for. This is an ongoing sinkhole issue. You'll see that the two contractors I sent over, Wesley Wright and Cortland Fellers, are more remove and replace contractors. Upon looking at the video and things like that, it's definitely a line that can be CIPP. There's no major damage in it to be done. So Cruise Tech is a company we use all the time to CIPP sanitary sewer. I've talked to people in the industry for CIPPing, and it can be done on 36-inch pipe, corrugated metal, no problem. They'll have to go in and clean it out. Once it's cleaned out, they'll shoot a camera through it just to make sure that there's no additional issues that they're going to have to go in and repair to make sure the cure-in-place piping will adhere properly, and they go in and pressurize it, and it's a fiberglass piping that cooks into place through pressure and heat.
And Richard, you've done some CIPP and corrugated metal pipe in the district in the past. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, I forgot to tell you that we did do, in that one section we're talking about doing, there's another 120 linear feet of 36-inch that we did in that area too, CIPP and uncorrugated pipe. It's held
That's
up real
been
well.
done in the past.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it
was on
part
that
of
list
this
that I gave you.
problem?
No, it's a separate line.
It's another area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got
Richard,
a question on that bid
Just
too.
to, I'm sorry.
I just had a question. Do we need to get 2 more bids on that Macon Park?
So
Tom, you are not required
Yeah.
by law to get to follow the public bidding requirements in the event of an emergency, as is the case here.
But we basically have 2 no bids. Is there a reason for that?
those are more remove and replace contractors. So we sent them out there. If they provide a no bid, that's still the same as us requesting a bid from them. And so we've technically met the TCEQ standard to request 3 bids for it being over $25,000. Sometimes this is what happens. The contractor decides not to.
I really understand that, but how do we know this is a good bid if nobody else is really bidding it?
Yeah.
I mean, I know we're trying to get something done, but these other 2 bids don't, in my mind, don't count.
We're basing it off of our experience in the industry of prices coming in. Yeah, I mean, we certainly can try for some other CIPP contractors if you guys would like to, but it's just going to delay the process, and we believe this is an accurate bid.
Let me rephrase the question. Based on your experience, does the one bid that we actually got, does it really fit in the parameters it should?
Yes, sir, it does. It absolutely does. And that's why we're not really concerned with finding a bunch of other contractors. I believe that's a good price per linear foot. That's in line with everything else we're seeing in the industry for doing this and other places.
I'll say this, when I talked to Richard about it, when he was getting the first bid, I did not know who that bid was coming from. And I was pretty pleased to hear it was Cruise Tech. That's a company that does a lot of work for us in sanitary sewer lining and other things. It's probably one of the 3 or 4 most used contractors in the firm. And those are low bid projects. I mean, they're not people that we just give work to. They do quite a bit and are always competitive.
Richard or Taylor or Davis, one of you, I know Davis, you were already asked this question, but just to clarify for the rest of the public and for me, what is CIPP and what is the process of it being installed?
Let me do this. So this is Jeff. It's cured in place pipe. So the way it works is if you think of it as it's a long tube, think of it like a sock, and the fabric is impregnated with basically a thermoplastic. So they pull it through the line, so it turns itself inside out as it pulls through, and then they fill the pipe in the sock with either hot water or steam that sets the plastic in place around the interior of that pipe. So it creates, basically it's creating a hard plastic shell, a new pipe inside of the old deteriorated pipe.
Isn't the old deteriorated pipe sagging or filled with debris, dirt, and what have you, since it's collapsed?
The debris and anything that may be attached to the walls is cleaned out before the CIPP process. If it has a sag, this process does not take a sag out. It can't correct any alignment issues. It's only lining what's there. The only way you can get a sag out of it is to dig up the pipe and replace it.
And usually when we're looking at these videos, we will rank, we kind of, the joke in the firm is that you look at a bunch of sanitary sewer videos when you first start. So I've seen 50,000 linear feet. And so you can kind of tell when it's a 1-inch sag, a 2-inch sag, or a 4 or 5-inch sag. And so you typically, you'll rate them on kind of a scale between that, minor to major. And if you're anywhere less than a 2-inch sag, you really, if you CIPP it, you're still going to flow downhill. You're not going to have a whole lot of stagnant sewage in the line.
In a perfect world, you'd have no sags, but just because of settlement, the way it was installed, it happens, and every line in every district tends to have some sags. When you're televising it, as long as the camera's not going underwater, you're not that bad. And yes, if you have a sag and it holds some liquid, as flow is increasing in the pipe, it does push through. So don't think a sag is an automatic replace the pipe. It's just not.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any Gerard? You good?
I'm good. No further questions.
Tom?
No
Tom, do you have any?
questions.
Oh, okay.
No.
No? Okay. Okay, now, with this being said, we have to figure out how to pay for this stuff. Total, we're talking about, I think I did a spreadsheet, and I'm going to kind of excuse myself here for a minute. I think it came in, if the CIPP Roanoke comes in at the $15,000 price that Richard gave me today, we're looking at about $80,000. Okay. So now, what'd you say? You said Miramont was 1,500. So we're talking about $82,000. Okay.
Yeah.
As I was going, the reason I wanted this meeting called was because as I was going through the financial statements and had a little bit more time to look at it than the day before or 2 days before, we've actually expended our entire budget for this year. We, as of the end of March, we are actually over budget by about $10,000. And we still have 9 months before we will start getting any tax money.
Julie, can you be a little more specific? I'm kind of confused on that.
Okay.
I'm
Look
looking
at
at the
your,
last bookkeeper's report,
okay, you're looking at the April one or the March one?
April.
Okay, I don't have the April one, but look at the actual expenses. What's the actual expenses at the end of April, October through October through April?
The actual is 684, 715.
No, that's the capital expenditures.
Okay.
Look at your total expenditures. And by the way, the
Okay,
684,
total is
715 was not even on the budget. That's how we're over budget.
total actual then is 291, 438, and that includes capital expense of 684,
And
715.
look at the annual budget amount for expenditures.
It's 164, 680.
Yep. Are we over budget?
Yeah, we are because of the capital expenditures being high. Sure.
Correct. So here's my problem. Okay. My problem is I did a little spreadsheet and I figured out our average monthly costs, which come out to be about $82,000 a month. If you take the $82,000 a month times, how many months did I figure? 9 months, because it will be February before we get our January tax money. Okay. That comes out to $736,500. Okay. Add to that the 80, what did I just say? 82,000 we just spent on the expenditures. Okay. That leaves us, we are $50,000 overdrawn in funds. That even includes about 30, I think I figured 38,000 a month in income.
Julie, I wish you could have shared those numbers because I did similar calculations.
Okay.
And I came up with about 72,000 per month to operate.
Okay.
And we do have about 50,000 coming in each month.
No, we don't. We have about 38.
Well,
No,
again, I wish I had
look,
your spreadsheet. My numbers are different. My numbers are a little less than 50.
Okay, but you can't count EPUD. You can't count that money because all that is dollar for dollar covering the expenditure.
Okay, again, okay, so we don't have a shared spreadsheet that we're looking at to calculate, but there is some money coming in. And whenever I do the calculation, you know, there is a difference, but it's not that much. So you've got, let's just say 12 to 15,000 is what I'm seeing, more closer to 12,000 per month. That will be running negative.
Okay.
So for, you know, let's just say, you know, easy to calculate. If it's 12,000, we're off. Let's just say 10 months. That's 120,000, and we do have approximately 700,000 in the bank. And even with the repairs, I think we'll still be okay. You know, I don't want us hitting a panic button because we had a bad year in 2020. You know, in 2020, you know, our capital expenses were quite a bit higher than what they've been the last 4 years, right? So I think we have to look back at least the last 5 years and see what they normally are in order to try to project it. I'm not saying that we don't do anything, but it's, you know, let's not hit the panic button. The sky's not falling tomorrow, in my opinion.
Okay, can I explain to you why we have to get moving on this?
Sure.
Because it will be, if we approve something tonight, it will be August before we can collect $1 of it. So when you approve a rate increase, depending upon what day of the month you approve that rate increase, because it is I have now learned, I thought it was based on the day the bills went out. It's based on the day the meters are read. Okay. The meters were read today or yesterday. I can't remember which, but anyway, the meters have been read. So we will not start collecting this money until August. So if we want to kick the can down the road and not start collecting any increased fees until September or October or November, That's fine with me. Okay.
I'm
just
not
saying, I
I'm
don't
not saying
see this-
kick the can down the road, okay? And I'm not saying that a rate increase isn't part of the solution to our problems. I think it is. It's just, you know, the amount and the expectations of the rate increase. I mean, I really think that you probably need a rate increase for the utility, you know, the water and sewer rates. I think you probably need an increase on taxes. And, you know, beyond that, we probably need some money for bonds. But the question really in my mind is, how much do we need for each of those? And again, you know, let's, you know, I don't, if we don't start billing until August or September, I don't think we're going to be bankrupt by then. Yeah, the funds will be lower than we want in the bank. Yeah, sure, absolutely. But, you know, we're not going to not have money to run operations.
Okay, so you're saying we were at 770. We just spent 82.
All right.
Okay. So we're now down, let's just say 680, 685, whatever. I'm doing round math. 685. Okay. If we have to, if Roanoke, if we do the whole street, which they estimated 160 to 200. Okay. Now we're down below 500,000.
Yeah. So going back to those numbers, I mean, you said you've got 82,000 in a spreadsheet. And Richard said he had 3 problems he's working on. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard Macon Park was minor and it was 1,500 net repairs done.
No, Miramont was minor and it was 1,500.
So is there
Macon
4?
Park was 36,450. There's 4.
Hold on,
I didn't realize I didn't know about Miramont either until just now. So apparently there's 4.
So is there 4 problems?
Apparently. But Miramont was minor. That was a $1,500 one, correct, Richard?
Correct.
Okay. So there was Macon Park.
Okay. Let me make some notes here. I mean, wow, things are changing pretty fast on me. So, okay, so it's Miramont that was 1,500.
Correct.
Okay, got that. And then it's RP Drive that was 7,300.
Yes.
Okay, and
Yeah, I need to
Roanoke,
update
what were
that.
the estimates for that? Was that the 20 to 25,000?
Roanoke was 19,942 plus the CIP is going to be 15,480. If we just do that section. So it's
that's
coming
35,000.
35,422.
So about 35. Okay. I didn't see that in the bid, or else I didn't know how to.
Well, the CIPP
bid.
just came in this afternoon. I just got it right before the meeting.
Okay.
And then Macon Park is 36,450.
Okay, just say another 35. Okay. All right. Yeah. No, I mean, I didn't understand we had 4 problems, and you had some more come in. So that.
Yeah, I think Miramont was a surprise to all of us. So, but yeah, and RP Drive, like I said, I only knew about it because I saw it on Facebook.
Okay. So.
Oh, I take that back. Richard did call me Monday on it. I take that back. Richard did call me on it Monday. So that's right.
Okay. So.
But
So you got about $82,000 in repairs. You know, and I still, the numbers I look at, if you take capital expenses out, there's only a $12,000 deficit we're running per month.
Yeah, but we've got a threshold we're not supposed to go under.
What exactly is
Right,
that threshold?
We have to maintain a reserve. TCEQ says we have to. They recommend we maintain a reserve.
Well,
and normally that reserve.
Require and recommend are 2 different things. And I mean, I know we need reserves. Don't get me wrong. I know that. But what is the absolute minimum threshold that's required is what I'm asking.
Zero.
If I can jump in, that's right. The TCQ does not regulate, the district's fund balances. The kind of the universal standard among MUD districts, the kind of target reserve level is a 1-year reserve, and generally we try pretty hard not to get below 6 months for emergency repair purposes, but those are not legal requirements. I would say those are industry standards. I'll also say that those fund balances are particularly relevant when borrowing money because they impact the creditworthiness of the district pretty significantly.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. With that 1-year reserve, does that include your capital outlay as well? Because that varies quite a bit. I mean, if you look at last year, our capital outlay was really high.
Yes.
Are you talking about October 20 to March 2021, or are you talking about the year before that?
I'm talking about for the year 2020.
So Gerard, we would generally calculate it based on what I'll call recurring operating expenses. So you would not include something like a plant rehabilitation or a kind of a major redo project, but we would generally include what I'll call kind of recurring major out-of-pocket repairs, right? So kind of point repairs and stuff like that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think some of that's in your normal expenditures outside of capital, but I may be wrong.
Yeah, so, and I'm just not totally clear on how y'all include those items in your budget.
Do you want me to tell you what? I'll tell you what's in capital expenditures.
Well, before we do that, let's just talk about what the overall expenditures are, because I do have a number. If you look across the years 2016 through 2020, and if you had to calculate this yourself because it's not in there, but if you take the total expenditures and you subtract the capital outlay and then you average it out, it's $875,998. So round it off, $900,000 per year. That's what I come up with. So if
Julie, if it helps, with the way I used to look at the budget is I would budget the operating expenses for the district, and any capital expenses would come out of equipment reserve funds, totally separate from the way I would operate the district. If the reserve funds were there to do the project, then we would do them. If they weren't, then we didn't. That way you wouldn't affect the normal operating budget, which is roughly $1 million or a little bit less. I always try to make it a little bit less so I could, at the end of the year, kick over more into the equipment reserve. Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense. I don't even know how to respond. Which basically, Richard, you're saying we didn't have money, you didn't make the repairs.
If the reserves were there, I planned for years out. Like for instance, the well when it went out, I had 1.6 in equipment reserves ready for that well when it went out. I didn't know what date it was going to go out, but I was ready for it. Since 2006 or 7.
Right, but we don't have any equipment reserves currently, do we?
No, my equipment reserves is gone.
Yeah. So, okay. So does anybody else have any recommendations?
Well, I would say one thing as far as Gerard's looking at a 5-year average of capital expenditures, and thinking that last year was high. I'm thinking maybe he's going a little conservative because our system is 5 years older and has not had any improvement. So I'm expecting capital expenditures to go up.
I agree.
Yeah.
All right, so Julie, we still on funding
So, yes,
discussion?
yes,
All right.
yes.
I've
Do you have
got
a recommendation?
I've got an idea.
Okay.
I've got an idea. I don't have a finalized number to tell us exactly how much money it's going to benefit us by.
Okay.
But I did take our current water and sewer rates, and for just the base level, up to 5,000 gallons, I put a 30% increase on it, and it comes out to $12.74 rather than $9.80. I didn't adjust the sewer rate at all. I left it alone. And then starting on the 5 to 10, 10 to 20, et cetera, I stair-stepped an increase where if you use 5 to 10,000, you get an increase of 35% on the 5 to 10, 38% on the 10 to 20, 41% on the 20 to 30, 44% on the 30 to 40, 47% on the 40 to 50, and a 50% increase on 50,000 gallons and up.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't have a final number. I've been traveling this week,
Yeah.
but I don't have a final number to give you. But this does show some promise.
Okay.
How do those numbers compare to other rates around us? I haven't seen those numbers recently.
Well,
Like
you
the
want me to go back
1270?
to
Still going to be below. It's probably still going to be below.
You want me to put, if I remember correctly, EPUD was 15 something a month. If you want me to go back and pull up that stuff from the bond.
That's close enough.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see how this like 1274, 1275, whatever it is,
Yeah.
would compare to others. I think we've
Well,
gone
let me
so
look at
long
it before
without
I
an
say that.
increase.
So,
Yeah, and my other question is, why would you not look at an increase on the sewer rate?
I haven't had time. That's all.
Okay, so it's still
Sewer rate's
something
currently
there that
$34. And I realize an increase in water is going to result in an increase in sewer also. I just haven't had time to do that.
Okay, I was just curious if it was on purpose or, but you answered it. It's just you haven't had time yet. I understand.
and I misquoted. EPUD is 14.20 base rate for 5,000
Okay.
gallons. So,
So we're still $1.50 cheaper.
yeah. So I will tell you what I did, and you know, that's what we're here for. We're here to figure out what we're going to do. Okay. I took those total expenditures that capital expenditures for the repairs we just did, somewhere around 80,000. Okay. I came up with a 9-month projection of what we have to maintain a reserve and have enough to operate. Okay. And I added those together. I divided it by the 940 connections, or how many ever we have this month. Okay. And I came up with an average monthly assessment over 6 months.
And the assessment's how much?
The assessment is $135.18
Total or per month?
per month for 9 months. That's to get us to February when we start getting our tax dollars again.
So if we go to the higher rate, it'll actually give us a little cushion because we're going to need it. to get there. I mean, we're having too many failures now.
Can I ask a question? With that number that you just gave, would that put the water bill approximately $200 a month?
It depends on how much water you use.
Okay, well, I'm basing it on what I pay right now and adding that in, so that would be about almost $200 a month.
In your case, then yes, if your water bill's that much. So, yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yep,
That's what
it
I
would
need
be added
to
to
know.
that amount.
Okay.
So, yep. So,
Richard, what's the average water bill per month? Just so we can kind of see what the average would be.
Probably around, gosh, I don't know. I'd have to look up another sheet to find that, but I'm going to say the most of the bills I see coming through are probably around $45 a month or so. And until you get to the bigger users, then they go up, understandably.
So then most people will be paying 180 a month.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
And that's based on which set of numbers, the 980 or the 1270?
do what?
Which,
Do what, Tom?
what numbers are those? Is that the 980 rate or the 1274 rate?
That's
which
it.
rate are we
That's
talking
using
about?
my number. That's using my calculation.
980.
Yeah.
So you're only going up like 30 cents a gallon. I mean, 30 cents
Well, mine's
on
not based
5,000
on
gallons.
mine's not based on water usage though. Mine's based on costs and divided
Yeah.
by the connections.
And that's still going to give us an average bill of $180 a month.
Apparently, well, the amount of the assessment that I calculated is 135, and that's only over 6 months because we won't start collecting it till August. So August to February, 6 months.
And if I can add I know you're using the word assessment, Julie, but
Well,
my
okay,
assumption
yeah.
is it would be the
Correct.
addition to the base
rate.
water and sewer rates. Or a total revenue generation requirement, per customer, however y'all wanted to do it.
Right.
And that's going to give us a little over $1 million.
I'm guessing.
$729,000 approximately.
Yeah.
Okay.
But do we need to make a decision on this tonight, or do we have time to get numbers in hands that we have so we can each look at them for a day or two?
We can do that. I would like to make, well, yeah, I was going to say, I'd like to make a decision because remember, and it doesn't have to be tonight, but we need to make a decision because remember, we've got a clock. The longer we wait, the longer it is before we can start collecting this revenue.
Well,
So
I
Yeah.
totally
and otherwise we're going to have another special meeting in June. Because if we
Well,
have
I'm
our
not
regular
in
meeting,
favor of that.
well, wait a minute. If we have
Yep.
our regular meeting, it's after the date they read the meters, which means now we've pushed it to September.
Okay, well, can we move our regular meeting up a week or something? Rather than to have extra meetings, that's expensive too.
Yeah.
Can we,
I
is there a
think
way we
that's-
can change our,
I think that's a good point, Tom. Generally my advice to my clients is that if you are going to do make a change to your rates that is consumption based, right? Then you need to be particularly conscious of providing notice to all of your customers so that they know that their water bills are going up. If you were just going to do a base rate adjustment that would apply to all customers, I don't know that you need to be, you certainly still need to provide notice, but I don't know that you need to be as sensitive to that notice. But in any case, I think the more notice that you can provide to your customers, the better.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. But here's my problem is I got these numbers, yesterday, today, something, day before, something like that.
On the
And
bids?
Not really understanding what all we're trying to do here. I would like to see our options so that we have time to analyze them a little bit before we make a decision. I mean, this affects a lot of people. I don't like to see rates have to go up like this, but we don't have another choice. We've got to keep the district running.
Tom, I agree with you. I would like a chance to digest the numbers, especially since my rough calculations were so much different.
So can Gerard, can you do it, or somebody put together some options for us to look at and how they're going to impact our customers?
I'll be glad to put together some options. I mean, I'd like to get us on the same page. So I'd like to see Julie's number first and just see how they're being calculated. I mean, it could be that my numbers are wrong. I don't know. They're rough, and I'd like to understand what the differences are. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, Tom, just to be honest, if we were to vote on it today, looking at, say, $135 increase, I think that's high. And I don't understand the numbers, would probably vote against it. If it was, just wound up being maybe a 50% increase in the overall average budget, I'm probably okay with that. But here we're almost, not quite, but we're three times the average bill that we're increasing it.
Yeah, but we don't have the luxury of playing around and looking at that. We need to get our numbers that will get us to an area that we can keep this district running at least a break even.
I understand that, Tom, but I'm only showing now by my calculation, we're only running a $12,000 deficit per month.
But you're looking at a deficit. Remember, we have to keep that reserve. We have to keep a reserve.
Well, if you keep a reserve of 6 months, that's $450,000. If my $900,000 number is correct.
I don't think that's correct, because I did for the next, maybe
tell me
the
what
next
your number
9
is,
months.
Billy, and how'd you get to it? I told you what my number was and how I got to it.
I went through each budget and figured up, here's what we have left from June to February and what we have left to pay, calculated it out based on when the bills are due and when they're paid. And I came up with it for the next June to February, we need $642,000.
Can I make a suggestion that we maybe appoint someone to kind of put a spreadsheet together with some options and kind of distribute it maybe a week in advance of the next meeting or something like that, and then everyone has a chance to go through it and we can decide on I've been in so many meetings where everybody has a spreadsheet in front of them and it's just hard to go through spreadsheets over the phone. They kind of take some time to digest if anyone thinks that's a helpful suggestion.
That's what I'm talking about tonight. Yeah, I don't want to vote on something I haven't had time to look at.
Sure.
Okay.
All right. So the next regular meeting, we'll put it back on the rates back on the agenda.
Yeah,
so do we want to change the date of the next regular meeting, or are we pushing us to September?
Well, our next meeting is scheduled for June 24th.
Correct.
And we have to June 17th.
We have to, if I'm understanding this correctly, right, Davis? We have to decide it before the meters are read. Is that correct?
That's right. you need
And the
to,
meters are read
you
on
need
the
to decide on
22nd
the,
to the 24th.
Okay, so let's move it to the week before.
let me just make this one suggestion. I hate for you to, I think it's very possible that there's a combined, modification of your base rate and of your volumetric rates. And I think that looking at both of those is probably makes, the most sense. And I hate for you to, I think you should be conscious of providing that notice to your customers. I think it's just difficult to disseminate. Unless you just decide that you're going to add a flat fee, or a flat increase to the fee or something along those lines. Right now, I think you should be conscious of trying to provide as much notice as possible. I just think that's good practice. That 30 days is kind of the general standard. Or, at least decide kind of at the month prior meeting, if that makes sense.
And remember, as Davis mentioned, the system is consumption-based for generating revenue. So you're going to have to give me ranges that you want to charge from what gallons to what gallons, and then do the step process if you want to do that. So you come up with your numbers.
Unless we change the base rate. Yeah.
That's correct.
And Richard, not to dump this in your lap, but I mean, do you feel comfortable coming up with a cash flow to, through March 1 and a projected rate structure?
Well, I can attempt it.
We maintain a 6-month reserve and then distribute it to the board members for review and comment at the meeting.
I can do that. I might need Julie's help on a couple of things on it because she looks at the P&L differently than I do, but that would be input that I can get and do it. Because I'd have to change the base rate and the step rates. And then what I have to do is look at the system totals report and find out how many people are in those ranges, and that's going to change the generating rate amount.
Right, and that's what I haven't gotten to yet. I hadn't gotten to those usage reports.
Yeah, those usage reports are really good because they tell you where the majority of the people are using water from roughly from the 6,000 to the 30,000 range is our biggest customer usage. And if you want to, stop the higher usages, then you're going to have to raise the rates on the upper end, but you're not going to generate as much revenue unless you hit the middle part where everybody's at. Because if they go too high, the upper end will start cutting back, and then you'll lose revenue on some ends.
Well,
Richard, I'll be happy to help you work on it.
Okay.
I know
That would be fine.
Julie's the expert, but I don't mind helping.
Yeah, I'm not an expert, but my question, I guess, would be, and maybe it is, I don't know. Is it fair to base infrastructure on usage, or is it more, and you know where I'm at the bottom. So when I'm talking about this, I'm going to be at the bottom of this, wherever it is. Is it fair to base it on usage, or is it fairer to base it on connections and everybody pays for the infrastructure? I don't know. I'm asking a question. I'm just asking a question.
Well, currently, the district gets revenue only from two sources. One, the M&O tax, and two, the water and sewer revenue.
Correct.
So if there's a fixed rate in there somewhere, I'm sure Davis can help me out with that one because I'm not aware of us able to do that unless that is something we can do, Davis.
Well, I mean, there are some districts that have a flat sewer rate. But let me suggest, Julie, that the fairest way is to use a combination of the two.
Okay.
Because everyone gets some benefit from the existence and the availability of water and sewer services. But those customers that use a lot of water and sewer service are, utilizing more of that production and treatment capacity. And what the TCQ guidance says is essentially that the district can adopt a rate to encourage conservation for that purpose. So typically we see for residential consumption, we see a flat base rate and then a volumetric, escalating rate similar to what y'all have, if that makes sense.
Okay. So if currently, I just want to kind of do this calculation real quick. If currently we bring in, let's just say 40,000 a month in our water rates. Okay. So to come up with I came up with 736,000. So to come up with that, we would have to, I don't know that we can do that. I don't know that we can get there.
Julie,
Right.
With just a water rate increase?
I don't think so.
So, okay, I'm not gonna go back to that comment, but just to clarify, Davis, you're saying that there would be an increase in the base rate and in the usage rate. So let's just say most of our customers are at the 980 charge per month for a 3/4 inch meter, plus let's see, plus $2.10 per 1,000 gallons, or between 5 and 10,000. I think that's what where we're at right now. So you're kind of saying it's a split between the two. Is that correct?
I think the question was, what is the most equitable way to do that, to raise rates to account for kind of capital facilities, and yes, that's correct. I think that that accounting for both outsized consumption or utilization and the availability of the facilities when looking at those rates.
Okay, that makes sense to me. One other suggestion that I'd have for Richard, if instead of trying to work this through a board member, does this seem like something that a bookkeeper could really help with?
Well, yeah, she can. What I'll do is I'll look at the rates that we have now, and I can project them based on what we have as a system totals report, and look at the customers in that range. And then we could increase, as David said, the steps is the way to do it. The more you use, the more you pay for, because that's more electricity, more chemicals, more everything.
Yeah, I agree with that, Richard. I guess what I was thinking was a little bit different. I was thinking, how much we need to increase it in order to meet our revenues reserves, to figure out really kind of what our burn rate is and how much we have coming in. Julie and I are looking at it from two different perspectives. I'm looking at the based off the annual audit, which has the comparative statements of revenues and expenditures for the general fund. And she's taken a different approach, looking at, that I'll call, hope I don't offend you, Julie, but I'll call mine a macro approach, because I'm looking at it across 5 years. And you're taking more of what I'll just call simply a micro approach, looking at it for the October 2020 through April or through September 2021. So it's two different approaches, and I can see how the numbers could be skewed by just looking at a smaller sampling. So that's why I was thinking the bookkeeper could maybe help verify the numbers, come up with the numbers, or even make recommendations.
I hate to say this, Gerard. Just as many districts as I represent, and I think you have a good bookkeeper. I have never seen a bookkeeper involved in a kind of rate analysis. Certainly, a great resource for questions about prior expenditures and, kind of the budget and those related items. But I haven't personally seen them provide those services. But that's certainly a question that can be asked. Just if that's a helpful piece of information.
Yeah, the big thing that I'm trying to understand, Davis, is, first of all, what do our reserves need to be, right? And that's based on expenditures, right? If I remember right.
Right, and I will say, I think a good target for this district is probably 6 months of what I'll call recurring expenditures.
Correct. I agree.
And
so I would take. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, how would you calculate that? I mean, looking at it two different ways.
Basically, everything but kind of major plant projects, well projects, things like that. All of your kind of recurring.
Right, but would you look at it, over the past 5 years, or would you look at it over the past 7 months, 8 months?
Maybe Richard can better comment. I assume based on our discussions that repair costs have probably escalated in the last year or two. Is that correct, Richard?
Yes,
or
sir,
they
it is.
stayed fairly flat? Okay. So I
we
think
splitting hairs here?
It's
We just need to come up
significantly
with a
different, I
number, and
think.
that should be our.
I guess the thing that would help me out, which I could put together a recommendation on the rates based on what you want me or what you want the district to actually generate in revenue on a monthly basis. The M&O tax is set. We can't touch that. That's a once a year thing. So the only other variable income we got is the water and sewer rates. Let me give you an example. In the April report for the system totals report, we generated $50,000 in that month. $18,000 was water, $28,000 was sewer. So, and then you got the rest of the little fine things. But you could, if you raise the water rates on the step level, you could definitely generate more revenue on the water side. But I need to know how much more so I can say, okay, we're currently at roughly 50. The board wants me to be at 80 or 90 a month. But that's what I need to look at, how I'm going to get there. Does that help?
Yes. I think that's excellent.
Okay, that's what I'll do, and then I can calculate the usage based off of the ranges and the people that are using it, the system totals report, and then do the step increases to come to that point. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you want me to stop by tomorrow and help you review it?
We can, but give me a couple of days because what I'll do is pull the system totals reports and do a 6 month average. That way I know where people are at. Because your winter terms are totally different than the summer terms.
Yep.
The consumption's changed from, like I said, 260,000 a day to 1 million a day. So you've got to make that adjustment in here as well.
Yeah, that's why I think you almost have to take an annual and extrapolate to a monthly usage.
That is correct. You have to do the annual and then average it out across the board for the 12 months. All right, Davis, I'll take it on for you.
Sorry to jump in your lap.
Thank you, Richard.
Okay.
Okay, so do we want to reschedule next month's meeting so we can, or do we want to push it to September when we start collecting?
My advice would not be to levy a volumetric rate increase a week before the implementation or 6 days before the implementation.
That's why if we do it in June, we give them the month of July, we start which actually the notice would go out in July. If we do it at our regular meeting, the notice would go out in July. It would hit their bills in, I would say, August, September. If we do it July and after the 24th, we give them the notice July, and then it goes out September is our first billing. So.
Yeah, we definitely want
I'm
to
in
give them
favor of
as much
moving the
notice
meeting
as
up.
we can.
I'm fine with moving the meeting to the 17th.
That would mean you would have a week before the first kind of gallon used at the higher rate.
Correct.
And I would be just conscious of the timing of getting that notice out.
Well, that's not necessarily what I have in mind. What I had
Okay.
in mind
No, for the
was
July reading.
the July reading
Oh,
would
got
be
it.
when it, yes,
Got it. Oh, I apologize.
yes,
No, I'm sorry. The July meter read. No, that's right though, because
Yes.
you would have,
Yeah.
if you meet on June, if you move the June meeting up, the first gallon of water that is used at that higher rate is the day after the meter read, right? That June 25th meter read, right? That is the
oh, well, I wanted to
consumption.
give them 30 days notice and do it like July.
But
Exactly.
let's say you
I
fill up
agree.
your, okay, so you would start, it would actually be the August meter reading that would calculate the consumption. Okay,
That's correct.
okay.
Jeff and I both will be out of town, that 19th or the 17th.
17. Well, do we want to do it the 22nd?
Well, if we keep it the 24th, we can still implement the reading of the July meter. I was just looking, like Richard said, to maximize the amount of time that the public has to be aware of the change. But if we need to keep it the 24th, I'm fine with that.
So, Richard, if we did it on the 24th, could you get notices out on the bills that go out on the 1st?
There's limited amount of message I can put on that little card, but I can put, I mean, we can come up with some verbiage about an increase effective,
Could you put an increase is effective and then a note directing people to the district's website with the rate structure and put the rates up on the website or something like that?
Either that, or do we want them commenting at a public meeting?
Well,
That's
then we're
fine,
pushing
too.
it back.
I mean, either or. I mean, I can put something on the card, like that little card. I can only get so much on that little card.
Let me say that the rates will be decided have been discussed today at a public meeting and will be decided at a public meeting in the event that the board decides, to change the rates. I mean, a public hearing is not required for
Right.
water and sewer rate adoption in the same way it is required for tax rate adoption.
Right.
But it would probably be a good thing to do just to hear, even though there wouldn't be anything like a binding vote or anything.
Believe me, I want as much public notice as we can get out there, because without that public notice, they'll be at my door the next day when they get their bill.
Do
That's right.
you want to direct Richard to just let everybody know that you're going to be discussing an increase of the water rates at the June 24th meeting? Put up signs or
Absolutely.
something? I mean, however you want to do it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yep.
makes sense. Do we want to do it virtually, or do we want to then have the meeting at the church if it's available?
You won't get it on a Thursday. The only nights the church is available, I think, is Mondays.
I mean, I can make a sign up if you want and put it at both entrances like we did for the other notices. A rate increase will be discussed at a such and such meeting.
Yeah,
I think if
good.
you're talking about you're going to have, my expectation is you're going to have some discussion a lot of discussion about the rates, and you're going to do a public presentation. Maybe that's better as a subsequent meeting, right? I mean, a church type presentation, but it's up to the board.
I don't want to go that route again, but I'm one vote.
And my concern is such a substantial increase that I think that it would be nice at least to receive some feedback from the public.
We also have already told them it was coming.
I was going to say, and it's not like we can I mean, do we not fix their sewer, or do we, I mean, we have to make a decision. So input they have, what are they going to input for that we're not going to fix it, or we're not going to increase their rates, or I don't, I guess I don't get that.
Is the public allowed to speak now, or do we need to wait till the end, like when we're called? I'm not sure how the meeting is being ran.
Well, there really wasn't a section for public comment for this meeting, but
Okay.
Does anybody have any objections, I guess, to someone making
I don't have
I'd
any
say let us
objections.
talk.
Go ahead.
This is
No, I'm
this is
asking the
Jamie-
board members, but
Oh,
okay.
This Gerard, I have no objection.
Okay. Then go ahead, whoever it was. If you just
Okay,
tell us
thank
who you were.
My name's Jamie Beck, and I just have a comment on the as far as notifying. Obviously, you guys are going to need to make an increase. We do all understand that, but in lieu of like COVID, and for me, for instance, I'm working from home, so the signs that were put up, I never saw them. So if we could figure out a way to make sure that everybody gets informed and gets these notices, we would very much appreciate it. Like, because people like me that work from home, we didn't see them for the board bond. We found out about it from a notice that the McElroys put up on our door. I'm done. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We can put it on the website as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure they saw that either, and I'm not sure and then we got a lot of complaints that people didn't see it on Facebook or Nextdoor. So I guess put it everywhere, and we'll just take our chances that they see it. So.
Well, do you want me to put a sign up that's pretty much to the point, like a rate increase will go into effect on August 1st? And
I
eliminate
don't
the
know that
question?
I don't know that that's been decided,
Yeah,
Richard.
we
I think
haven't
you have
decided
to say
that
the
yet.
board will
Okay.
consider an increase.
Yeah.
What
Right,
about our
okay.
emails?
Rate increase meeting.
What about our emails? Because I know I give you guys my email every time I pay my bill. Just curious if that's a possibility.
I think that's only the people that pay it online, I believe, are the people that we have
That-
emails for.
Well, could we at least send it out to the
Yeah.
people that we do have email addresses for?
Yeah, that would be an
Yep.
incomplete list, but it's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
I mean, we would have to do that in addition to signs and rpmud.com and, whatever ways we can get it out that are best, but it would just be another way.
That's fine. Richard, can you have whoever's working in the office kind of compile a list of emails from the
Yeah, I can print it.
system?
I can look at the system. I think I can print a list of them out. The problem is not everyone gives us an email address. So you're
Correct.
right, you could have some major gaps in there. But
Yeah.
I can compile a list and see what we have, go from
Okay.
there.
Yeah,
Okay,
good.
sounds good.
Okay.
All right, so we're still having the meeting on June 24th, correct? I just want to,
Yeah.
before we get, okay,
June 24th. Okay, I got it.
okay,
6:30.
all right. So, there's an executive session. Do we need to have an executive session? There's an executive session on.
Before we go to that, just one thing to close it out.
Okay.
Richard, I think or Tim, you said you were going to go by and talk with Richard tomorrow. Would you mind if I join you on that?
I don't mind, but he said he needed a couple of days to get some numbers together.
Okay, that's fine. Just
Gerard,
let me know.
But I don't mind at all. That's fine.
I'm thinking about next week, Gerard, so I can come up with some annual averages based on the past records. That way I can give you some little bit more accurate numbers to work with.
Okay, just let me know what days you want to do it and give me a little bit of notice, and I'll do that. If nothing else, I'll get a spreadsheet. I'll keep it simple and with some explanation, just so you guys can see how I came up with my numbers. It's not that difficult.
What's a good day for you, like Wednesday? And if I put out the notice on a Monday, is that enough notice?
Yeah, that should be fine. I mean, I'm actually going to be on vacation all next week, so I'm not going anywhere. But you know, I want to get some things done. So just a couple days notice is fine.
Tim, is next Wednesday okay with you?
Looks good to me.
Okay. How about let's set for Wednesday at 10 a.m.
That'll work.
Okay.
Okay, don't forget when you're looking at the expenditures, don't forget a lot of our expenditures are what I'm going to call front loaded. They're December, January, end of the year kind of expenditures. So just be mindful of that when you're looking at it. We've still got those to come for this coming year. So.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, just for clarification, the board, I know we mentioned the projects that are going on right now. Do we want to continue with the 190-foot CIPP, which is the $36,000 project, or not?
If it's not absolutely necessary, I would say no. If you could do a point repair, I would do the point repair. But that
gets us back to doing Band-Aid repairs.
I'm going to defer that to the engineers.
Yeah, that's what I was
going
to say.
Hire them for to make
So
those
the-
The 190-foot one, we can't do a point repair on. That one we have to line the whole thing. 'Cause that's going through people's backyards and everything.
Oh, that's the Macon Park one.
That is correct.
Okay. Yeah, we do have to vote on. Do we have to vote on that? Yeah, because it was more than. Is it more than your limit, Richard, or are we considering it an emergency? I gotta look at how much that was.
36,450.
Okay.
Right. I can't technically say that's an emergency in my opinion, but I mean, I just want the board approval to spend $36,000.
Okay, so will somebody make a motion that we vote on fixing the Macon Park and going with the CIPP and or whatever we need to do to fix it?
Yeah.
Tim will make that motion.
So do we want to hear from the engineers on that? Did we hear from them?
I thought he did.
Required? So this is the one where we're having a repeat sinkhole in the back of lot. Richard, has that sinkhole reappeared? I know you guys went out there and did fill it in for the time being, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Yes.
I mean, the pipe is not in good shape. When we're talking about financially for the district, is it something that's an absolute emergency? The residents' safety. I don't know how big that manhole's been getting.
It's not going to get any better. It's going to keep reappearing. It's going to reappear in other places.
Right.
Correct. That is correct.
Is it going to be this month or next month? We can't answer that, but that repair is going to have to be made in the near future. Maybe not today, maybe not next week, but it's coming fast, and I'm not sure what you would gain by waiting a month or two, other than potentially a couple more sinkholes.
Having more money.
Yeah.
Can anybody else make a comment?
Sure, if you'll identify yourself.
It's Georgianne Woodring.
Okay.
it just seems like, I know you're saying, can you hold off and do this and do a temporary fix? Haven't you spent a whole lot of money on just temporary fixes? And would it not be an advantage and less expensive to just go ahead and fix it?
So I don't, let me take a shot at that first, because I think I just want to draw a distinction between what I understand to be a temporary fix and a point repair. And so what I was advocating was a point repair. They're not just going to dump dirt into it, as some people say. They'll actually be going in and making a repair to the pipe. Is that correct, Taylor, Jeff?
For the storm sewer, we wouldn't recommend a point repair because there's not a specific location that we can identify that this is an issue. We believe that most of the bottom of the pipe is heavily eroded, corroded away. It's probably got a bunch of holes in it, and so there's just a sand channel running through it that causes a sinkhole to repair. And the only way to fix it would be to CIPP the pipe, which in response to Georgianne would be the correct and permanent way to repair it for a long period of time versus band-aiding it for the time being, such as filling in the hole.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, because that's different than what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, we were throwing around point repair for the sanitary sewer, and that's a different item.
And I think when we first started, before they televised the storm sewer, the expectation was that you were going to find a hole in the top of the pipe that was creating that sinkhole, but there's not one spot. It seems to be that the bottom, as Taylor said, is going or gone, and so the sand is just migrating around the pipe into the bottom in various places. It's just showing itself in one location now.
And I'll just like to make one last comment, that when you're looking at how much money you're gonna, I know assess is not the correct word, but that each resident is gonna get charged. I'm gonna have to pay it just like everybody else is gonna have to pay it. So I don't want it to be high, but I think it's gonna have to be. And instead of just piecemealing things, I would like to see you do it the right way. And if it's more money each month, it's more money each month. But we've just thrown good money after bad, it seems like, over the years. And I don't think you can take a 5-year average. I think you have to take I think Tom Vandiver said it best, it's only going to get worse. It's not going to get better. So your expenses are going to grow. These things are just cropping up, and it's just starting, I think. That's all I'll say.
Just to quickly comment, I definitely understand that. And I just want to make sure that we take a strategic approach to funding all of the different repairs that need to be made, and not just a tactical approach to it. But in this case, I mean, I'm not in favor of a temporary repair where we just, in this case, I guess you couldn't even just lay a piece of metal over it to stop it, and it's just going to be filling in dirt. And I'm not in favor of a temporary repair like that.
Okay, with that said, I'd like to make a motion we approve it.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
This is for the 190 feet at Macon Park, correct?
Correct.
Approximately $36,000.
Yep. All in favor?
36,450.
50.
Tom,
Yes.
aye.
Okay.
Gerard, aye.
Tim, aye.
Julie, aye. It's
Okay,
approved.
ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I will get it started tomorrow.
Okay, all right. I guess we're going into executive session.
Okay, this is
So yes.
Dee.
Doing,
Oh,
Do we
hang on.
need an executive session?
I don't know. I don't know why it was on there, so I didn't put it on there. So
Yeah, this Gerard, I asked for executive session.
Okay, Gerard, you put this on for executive session, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, I've been at these meetings, so many of them, and you seem to always want to go into executive session. Now, I know you're new, but I mean, these are costly because these executive sessions are running an hour, maybe even over that. This meeting already is an hour and a half. I mean, we're looking at cutting our costs. And so I think you really ought to kind of, watch when we're going into executive session here if we don't really need it. And if you're going to go into it, please keep it short.
Duly noted. Thank you, Dee.
Okay, do I have a motion to, oh, do I?
I'm just wondering, do we have a reason to go to executive session?
What can we say? Anything, Davis?
Sorry, I was muted there. I can just say there was a request to include an item for personnel matters on the agenda.
Do you need us in a
Okay.
No,
No.
not the
No.
engineer. I think just the board and I.
Okay,
See
we're
you then.
gonna go into executive session. We'll be back.
Before we go, one quick question. I don't have a phone number for executive session, I don't think.
She just sent it out right before the meeting again, Tom. You should have an email.
Let's see.
The
last
original
one-
email included both, and then I had to resend it at like 6:15.
Okay, well, the last one I got doesn't have an executive session. It has that one, but not a phone number.
Oh, hang on a minute.
It's the same phone number.
It's the same phone number. You just put in the different code.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay. Do you see
All
the,
right.
do you have the code before we get off of here?
Yep, I have it.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Okay. Bye bye.
Okay. Bye.
Hi, guys.
It's Tom.
This is Gerard.
How you doing, young man? I thought this was gonna be a short meeting tonight, but it didn't turn out that way.
No, Tim's here.
Julie's here.
And Gerard's here.
That's it.
All right. Do we have anything else we need to discuss?
Yeah, I make a motion we adjourn.
Okay. Do I have a
I
second?
second that motion.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Tim, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. See you guys on the 24th.
Aye.
Night.
Good night.